Wouldn't be my channel weren't for at least one little audio error. It's always something. But anyway, hey internet, broadcasting live from an undisclosed location somewhere at rock bottom. He is the Reverend. What you know, good. It's been a while. I have been busy. It's been a rough month. Also, I will spare you the details, but I've been going through a lot of stuff, a lot of business-related stuff, and a lot of medical-related stuff. Don't want to go into too much detail. All I'm gonna say is that hopefully I won't have to deal with anything serious real soon, but we will find out later next week. But I'm not gonna think about that right now. Right now, what we're thinking about is some of that fresh art goodness. So what I'm going to draw today is I actually wasn't quite sure what I wanted to draw until I got the notification that a new VTuber showed up just yesterday. I caught her debut stream. So yeah, we're gonna try to get back in the streaming groove while I'm still technically medically healthy, and we're going to draw a VTuber known as Nimi Nightmare. I saw her debut stream just yesterday. Hopefully the VOD is still there. I have no idea. I haven't checked. I've been really busy even today. Just constantly going back and forth, all this stuff. But we are going to go ahead. Just go ahead and just dive right on in. Starting first off, I'm gonna start by coming up with the initial pose. The idea in my head was for the drawing is going to be like Nimi chilling in her chair in her office. Unfortunately, I don't have since she just got here. There's not a lot of art of her necessarily, but I do have just enough to at least get something. So this is probably gonna have no background, or at least not a lot of detail in this background, but whatever. Let's just go ahead and get started. Let's just get it on. Gonna try not to get too much detail, just blocking out the initial sketch. But knowing me, I will probably get a little too detailed starting, so I'm just gonna try to be loose, quick, get the pose as soon as possible. Before I start making things more complicated for myself. This is also a pose I'm not very used to doing, but I need to do this a little more often. The last VTuber I actually drew in a very similar pose, but from a different angle. That VTuber actually reminds me of her. I mean, they have very familiar voices, very similar voices. I mean. Now, if you're wondering just what the intro on my screen is, like what am I even saying? Sorry, I'm really at it right now. For the title card for this for today's stream, it says we're drawing tapers because but what we can see, Nimi Nightmare is a taper, but she's also like the kind of taper from like mythology, the type of the dream eater type of tapers. if you know anything about Pokemon, it's like that. It's like the first generation Pokemon Drowsy. Drowsy is a tapir type Pokemon. Similar to this situation, like based on the idea that these tapirs are capable of basically eating your dreams. So they like invade your subconscious while you're asleep and consume your dreams. I don't know exactly how that's supposed to work. I don't know all the details because I never really looked into it. But I think one of the big reasons why I never bothered looking into it is because the Reverend himself does not sleep. My insomnia prevents me from ever having some decent dreams. So, unfortunately, this nurse is not going to be able to get anything from me. Hashtag send help. That lack of actual rest is probably affecting my health, and it's probably one of the reasons why I have to see a doctor this next week. The big thing that's going to separate the illustration, obviously, from what happened during the initial debut stream. Apparently, according to the very beginning of the stream, where we get a lot of little flavor and backstory, apparently Nimi has been not doing her job consuming dreams and got real lazy at one point. So she is at very low power and has shrunk down to the size of like just a few centimeters. So most of the reference pictures I have are being tiny, like super tiny. But that's not going to stop me from making something very more normal sized. No joke, this is very similar to something that I've actually been working on. Even though I have not drawn all daggone month, I have been doing some studies, 3D studies. And one of the things I did was work on rebuilding something I made in 3D. It was a 2D. It was a chibi model, and I decided to make another version that was normal sized. So, funnily enough, here I am doing that again. Taking a chibi Nimi and making a normal sized Nimi, if possible. You have no. Sometimes you just completely forget just how out of practice you are until you finally get back to doing the do. I think we can make something happen. But since I haven't drawn in a while, this may look a little funky at first. Despite being a tapir, like her silhouette, also resembling a tapir, the silhouette was actually kind of was a little almost, I wouldn't say deceptive, but could be very confusing. Like the silhouette looks like she had like a snout, much like a tapir. In reality, that was just her hair. She has like a side ponytail. One of the funny things about these photographers, man, like some of the chat can be just such trolls. I think someone said that they were absolutely disappointed that her character model doesn't have a straight up snout. Honestly, I'm surprised we don't have more snouts. There's gotta be at least a few photographers out there that straight up have snouts unapologetically. Zoom out a little little bit because if I have it in zoomed in too close, I'm gonna start worrying about the daggone details, and I really need to not do that. Just try to get the main idea in first. Well, she doesn't have a snout. She does have what looks like a smoke pipe. Apparently, the way she takes dreams and she like collects them, inhales it with the pipe, and exhales nightmares and turns them into good dreams, if I recall correctly. I'm gonna have to look back at the VOD later to find out if I'm getting the lore right. I am all of the sleep deprived, but that's not gonna stop me. It's gonna stop me from remembering a few things here and there, but it's not gonna stop me from drawing. I said I want to turn this whole thing into a bit of an angle. Right now I'm just getting the pose down. I'm going to refine this in on the next layer as soon as I get a basic idea. I just want to make sure this looks somewhat passable. Chair real quick. I could really use some more references for swivel chairs. In fact, I might do that real quick. This is why you always have references, guys. Always want as many references as you can find, because you never know. You never know when you're gonna need it. So I'm just gonna head to my folders real quick. See if I had anything. Sitting. That helped. This will though. I'm gonna take this. Why do I have a lot of references of like gaming chairs, but not just standard swivel chairs? What the hell's up with that? This will do. Just gotta make sure I'm getting some of the little nitty gritty bit, some certain little details. Make sure I got it right. Yeah, we can make this work. The fact that I am using the swivel chair like a standard little office chair and not know how to actually draw one right now is a daggone travesty. That's all right. There's no better time to learn. I could think of a few better places though. Like not immediately during a stream. block in the pipe real quick. It's another thing that I know I always have trouble doing and I really need to work on, which is what I'm doing as we speak, is actually picture the thing that I want to draw. Something that I remember when I think of Stanley Lau, one of my favorite artists, also known as Art Germ. He basically insists that the way he teaches, he would say that every single stroke of the pen or pencil should count. You don't want to waste time. You don't want to waste your strokes. So every single one of these should be done deliberately, something with direct purpose, so that when you're drawing, it's as quick and as efficient as possible. Every single line, you know exactly where you want it, so this prevents your sketches from looking so sketchy. This is one of the reasons why a lot of his sketches look like really clean, almost finalized like line art, because he does it so smoothly and deliberately that like each line, it's like he knows exactly where he wants. It's because he's got so much experience and he has done this for so long that he knows exactly where he wants his lines to be. So it's like he knows he wants a curved line from A to B. You don't see A to B on the screen. Like in his mind, he sees A to B. To us, we don't see jack. So when he draws, we just see him get that line right there. We just see him do this. We don't see the A to B. But in his mind, the A to B is right there. So that allows him to make sure he knows exactly what it's like he's prepping ahead. It's almost like he's like a mental sniper, if you will. He knows exactly, he's already tracked everything, traced everything in his head, and he's basically taking what he has in his head and putting it on the canvas. That is something that I've been desperately trying to figure out how to properly do, because everyone's got their own method, and I really dig his mindset on how to do that, on him doing that. The problem is I don't know how to do that, because my brain never seems to just shut up. My brain always second guesses. So I'm still in that aspect. I'm still in the position where I still, like, I can kind of do it, but I have to block it out because I don't trust my knowledge with building everything in just those shapes. I still need to block out what I'm drawing, just so I know I'm not messing it up. Because it might, even if I can follow what I'm imagining in my head down to the letter, once I see it, I realize, yeah, what I was imagining was not anatomically accurate. That doesn't look right at all. Sometimes it looks okay, but very often I just see something doesn't look right and I have to fix it. Or it's just gonna keep bugging me. Or if I decide I don't have time and I just need to finish it, it's gonna haunt me after it's done because I knew it could have looked better and I didn't fix it. That's why I'm not a perfectionist. I just have no self-esteem. Especially when you're drawing someone who just debuted, like you want to put your best foot forward. There's no doubt in my mind that Nimi is never gonna actually see this illustration. But on the off chance that she does, don't want it to look like just like how I don't want any of my illustrations to look like And this right here is one of the big reasons why it takes me forever just to get something done at times. Sometimes I can get it done in a okay pace, but more often than not, nah. But again, let me not focus too hard on the anatomy just yet. This is supposed to be just the pose. So after that, I'm going to block in the ears, and then we're going to move on. Because the pose itself, I'm okay with. The size here and there needs to be adjusted, and that's the main thing we need to worry about after that. It's a little too big for the body, so we'll shrink it down just a touch. Just a touch. Then again, we haven't seen Nimi at full power, so I have no idea how tall she's actually going to be. So I got a feeling that, you know, pretty soon when she continues her streaming. Is she streaming tonight? I think she might be streaming tonight too. I'm gonna have to miss it because I'm drawing her. I assume pretty soon, down the line, she will reveal the full-size model when she's at full power. I think she said in the debut stream that it's already complete for the most part. There might be some extra touches that here and there, but it's on the way, which is cool. Got a feeling she's gonna be just fine. Just her sheer goofiness in her debut stream, I think, was all it took to really sink home that she's gonna be just fine. She's gonna flourish. Got that pleasant personality that's definitely gonna mesh well for the people who are into the Tuppers. Speaking of new models and whatnot and avatars, I definitely need to update this one right here. This avatar that I'm using right now was just an experiment, a guinea pig to see if I can actually do it. Because then I made an avatar for my friend Jay. I don't remember the last time he streamed. He and I are both like really busy boys, so there's no telling when he's gonna probably get back to streaming proper. I didn't even know when I was gonna start streaming again. But now that that one is done, and I do have a subscription to Live 2D, I need to make use of it, yeah. So I do plan on updating this thing, especially since this very avatar is only a half a body. Jay's is a full body, and I got it working, so that means I know the method I'm using is working. So, you know, I just want to keep getting better at these, because I got some other friends who are also VTubers, and I'd like to, you know, even if it's just fan art and nothing that they actually use, I want to try making something. You know? I'm weird like that. It's like they didn't ask for it, but I kind of want to make it anyway. So now I'm on a different layer altogether, as you can tell by the color. This is gonna be my straight up rough sketch. Also, I do apologize if once again the audio is a little weird. I tried testing it out before with what I'm doing. I'm actually using a different setup for this microphone. I got the microphone now closer to my face, and that's mainly because I have set up a mic stand for it. It was initially just I was using a tripod, and I was standing it in between the monitor and my tablet, what I'm drawing on right now. The problem is that it's then right in front of the speakers, so we might get an echo effect. Hopefully, the microphone's not picking up anything really other than my voice. Granted, I got a feeling it's still going to be picking up the it's probably still going to be picking up like the audio from the music in the background and whatnot, but hopefully it's not too distracting. I mean, only one way for me to find out, and that's going to be when I actually check the VOD. I'm going to take my time and try to properly decide where I want these lines to go. You know what? Just a moment. I'm gonna grab another reference real quick, and this time it's specifically it's reference from another artist that I follow, because she's got a particular way of drawing these eyes I think would fit just right on this. Just something to reference real quick. Drop that. Thank goodness for the powers of PureRef, so I can gather all these things and drop them on here at the same time. I'm constantly second guessing myself, but sometimes it's worth it. The way this artist actually draws the eyes, I'm not going to imitate necessarily, but it does give me an idea of how I want to kind of fashion the eyelashes. Kind of. A nice little blend between the official art and someone who has done plenty of fan art of their own for several of its others. Face isn't looking too bad yet. Eyebrows be around here. Scoop, and here's where the nose will be. I've been doing a lot of I've been researching different means of stylizing the head. So if you see me if you hear me talking out loud about what I'm prepping or guiding, trying to block it out, pay no mind. I have the habit of thinking out loud. Which can be a little odd, but not as odd as me constantly second guessing myself. Well, maybe not the word. The word odd is not what I would use. The word is annoying. I'm no, I'm annoying at least somebody if I think out loud, but it doesn't. It's not as annoying as me constantly second guessing myself because people have been telling me I'm doing just fine. The artwork you make is just fine. You don't need to. You don't need to worry. You don't need to think it's doo doo. But then I look at it and it's just like, what are you guys talking about? This looks like. It's ass. I don't want to completely disregard someone's opinion on what I do. But it's very similar to my reaction when family members insist that I'm not just some ugly, hideous looking thing. I don't see it. I don't see what you guys are seeing. Similarly to how they don't see what I see when I see a flaw in my own art. But hey, for those people who commission me, as long as they are satisfied, I suppose that's all that matters. But me never really being satisfied with my artwork is probably how I grow anyway. Me not being satisfied will ensure that I'm constantly improving. Because when I get confident and I tell myself this is good, that's usually when I actually do get feedback, and the feedback is never positive. You may think that's me being cynical. I call that pattern recognition. Block out the neck, sternocleidomastoid, connected to the clavicle. Something I always do, even when neither are actually going to be shown in the final drawing, because I'm always blocking things out, second guessing myself, and I just want to make sure it looks right before we go too far. Too bad. Look at the line here. Look at the pictorial. Just so I know we're not going too far. Once we're satisfied with the way the initial build is, we'll start blocking out the actual clothes. We're just going ahead and erase this pipe and block it back in later. Right now I just want to make sure this looks good. Yeah, we're just gonna erase the whole hand, do it over, or it's gonna keep bugging me. If I don't fix it now, soon the whole thing's gonna look like doo-doo, and I really, really don't want that again. It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time that the hand just looks like crap, and I just don't need that in my life right now. Especially, this might be the last time I draw before a freaking surgery, so the least I could do is make sure it looks good. Gonna make these hands a little softer. She might be a nurse, and therefore she's probably got some strong hands. but still. But get a basic idea of where those knuckles are going to be. There we go. Something like this. Joint 1, joint 2, and joint 3. Joint 1, joint 2, and joint 3. Rotate a little bit. There we go. Rotate joints 2 that way. And rotate joints 3, something like this. Clean it up a little bit. Arms can be a little thinner. Make sure they're connected properly where the underarm is. Something like that. There we go. That don't look bad at all. However, this could be just a touch longer. Just a touch. The knee's gonna be blocking that spot anyway. But still want to make sure it's anatomically accurate, at least just proportion-wise. That midpoint, around where the belly button would be. Something like that. That should do. Lock in the knees. Is it weird that I have this strange desire to like block in it's I've been looking at a lot of different references here and there, and the way some people depict kneecaps has been leaving me really curious on how to properly like build those out for my sketches. Elbows and knees, I should be trying to simplify things so I can get things done much more quickly, but I keep wanting to improve my understanding of anatomy, and sometimes that just causes me to start getting way too detailed about things that do not matter because no one's gonna see them. Maybe if I were doing like an alternate version where the character is wearing different clothes and I need to know exactly what the anatomy looks like underneath the clothes, that could make a little more sense. But this is one of the situations where I'm not doing that. I occasionally do that though. I do occasionally make variations. Like there's an example where I drew Kazuma Yuka from the Toho series and freaking Broly from Dragon Ball. And they both have two different versions. Yuka's got the PC 98 version and the Windows version. And Then there's Broly from the movies, and then Broly from the most recent Dragon Ball Super. So the non-canon Broly and Super Broly. I drew both, which led to 4 different versions of the illustration, where they would just flip-flop between them. Even when I first posted that, I said, yeah, I just might be insane. It was fun though. That should be on my YouTube channel right now. My YouTube channel. I do think that I did. I think I made that one. I think I made the video for that. Block out the chair later, but I'm going ahead and block it out now. So if it looks a little crappy or something doesn't look right accurate, I can just change that real quick. This looks okay for the most part. Now to start building out the hair. Looking just fine. So it's time to block out everything else. Another example of why you always want to have references, especially for something like hair. It's so easy to mess this kind of stuff up. The design of a character's hair is crucial. If you mess up on the hair, that's one thing that most people are going to notice. Taking the ears into consideration, because it's going to be poking out between these front bangs here. It's in between, the ears pop out from in between the front bangs and the side bangs, based on the reference pics I'm looking at right now. There's going to be a little bit of there's going to be a little bit of guesswork here, because there's a little bit of guesswork, because there's this spot right here, right alongside the ears. There's the I'm just going to adjust this a little bit. I think it's going to be a little higher. Right in between the ears is her the little headdress she wears, the little nurse headdress with a cross on it. This thing. not that big. But comparing it to what's going on for the image, the reference image, I keep thinking it's a little too. It's not that big, but I keep thinking it's a little too big at the same time. It's just trying to get the proportions right. And yeah, this is where it's difficult trying to get the proportions right between the chibi version and a full-size version of the character. So there's going to be some guesswork here, and I need to stop with the guessing. Just need to kind of go for it. No matter what I draw, it will not be canonically accurate anyway, because I'm drawing this before the reveal of the full-size character. So it's probably best to not panic. That's just what I do. So I'm just gonna try to block this out as quickly as possible. Just because honestly, we don't have time to be second guessing. We don't have enough time to be over panicking, being too paranoid. We have an illustration that we need to finish, and no one wants to see someone constantly second guess themselves or constantly be like, well, what about this? What about that? Just like, let's just get the thing done. Let's just get it done. Something I've been having to do for the past couple of weeks, working on my other business. Got a bit of a side hustle I'm working on right now, and that side hustle does not provide the luxury of second guessing. There are things that you need to get done, and you need to get them done immediately. If there's a deadline, you always want to get there before the deadline. 2 days early, 3 days early. It looks good in the eyes of the client, after all, because they know that not only can you deliver, you can deliver in a surprisingly timely manner. Something I've been trying to practice for the longest. Just trying to get faster at everything that I do. Not good at it yet, but I am getting better. The problem is I'm in a really chill mood right now, partly because I'm sleep deprived. So I'm gonna try to step it up. I'm gonna try to step it up. Just adjusting the microphone real quick. Looked like it wasn't even facing me. Try that. Alright. That looks like it works. Alright. That's a basic sketch for the hair. Now there is a little bit of extra. There's a bow, there's a ribbon that connects, that connects this here, this side ponytail. But we'll get to that in a bit. Because we're about to start drawing the rest of the outfit. On a separate layer, of course. Afterwards, we're gonna start working on drawing that daggone pipe again. Careful, don't hit the microphone. Pop out the collar real quick. This is one of the this right here. I just realized is a benefit to having a chibi as the reference. The outfit's going to be a little more simplified, a little less detailed. The full model will probably have much more detail, But this will give me something to start with, because I do definitely plan on drawing Nimi again. Eventually. Wouldn't be the first Vituber I've drawn more than once. Drawn Calliope Mori twice, technically 3 times, because I drew an alternate version, the alternate outfit. Drawn Iron Mouse 3 times, 3 different costumes. She's like the Athena Asamiya of Vitubers, I swear. She has so many freaking models. Just like how Athena has so many outfits. Drew 4 different versions of Pikami. Who else? Takanashi Kiara. Drew her twice. One of which was wearing one of the plug suits from Evangelion. I don't know why I wanted to do that. Something just told me we should draw her in a plug suit. And since she knows German, I ended up drawing her alongside Oscar Langley Soryu. I should totally redo that. That one actually didn't look that good. Who else did I draw? Kiryu Koko. 3 different outfits for 1 illustration. It was a Portal reference. I don't think I've done the video for that one yet. I don't think I've done. I need to do that. That one was fun. I never did finish Portal 2 though. Something I need to go back to. But yeah, my the point I was making was that, like, even if this illustration of Nimi is not going to be as accurate as possible, it's okay, because I'm definitely going to be drawing her again. It only took one freaking stream for me to be like, yeah, I like this one. I hate admitting things like that. But you can't call the Reverend dishonest. That's one thing. There's one thing you can't say. You can't call him dishonest. Here's something that's kind of bugging me. Like, you can't if it's okay, I can tell based on the chibi, it's safe to say Nimi isn't flat. But how much beef is on that balcony? Based on what I'm seeing, pound for pound, the chibi version of Nimi's got a decent amount of beef. But I can't tell how much of that is her, all that tapir meat, or how much of that is just the nurse outfit. So we're just gonna say the outfit is generous. I'm just gonna assume the outfit is adding. Just so nobody gets the wrong idea. There are frills on the collars though. There are frills. I might want to make if I had noticed that, I probably would have made a frill brush of some sort before actually, working on this. In fact, the last Vituber I drew was a Hololive talent that just retired the character recently. It was a kitten type of character named Sarasfana, who had a very peculiar type of frills on her outfit. And just because I didn't want the frills to look ugly in my illustration and I didn't want to do a lot of guesswork, I literally stopped recording for a second and I just built an actual custom brush. Let me see, where is that thing? I'm just going to show you real quick. I actually went to YouTube and learned how to make custom like materials, clothing. Yeah, here we go. And I just made a custom lace that can do this to replicate that very lace on like the hem of her outfit. And it's one of the being able to do that, stopping what I'm doing, going to a few vids and just straight up following through and then making something that really helps out in the future. Something real satisfying about that. Just like stop what you're doing, take 15 minutes and learn how to do this, and it's like, holy crap, it's a simple method, a simple little skill that you can take with you. Sometimes there's the little things that just like something really satisfying about it. Something real satisfying being able to look at something you did that was like super basic. You're like, dude, I did that. Something like this. Yeah, I'm honest to goodness not sure exactly what I'm doing with this little method I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of winging it. I'm just doing this solely because I'm trying to make sure that what I'm drawing is kind of even. I doubt anyone does frills like this or little hems like this. But whatever works. Hold on just a second. Oh, just making sure my phone's off. Or set to vibrate at least. Be real awkward if surprise call out of nowhere here. I mean, at this time of night, I doubt anyone's calling. But you can't be too sure. Ugh. Here's where it gets a little tricky. How is the skirt going to look from this particular angle? Visualize. Visualize. Where do you want it? There we go. Something like this. Something like that. I think that'll work. But that's only the outer part. Now for the inner hem. We'll erase this part. Let that part of the skirt kind of cover that spot right there. Something like this. And then we're gonna let some of that bunch up here. Bunching up due to gravity. And just, you know, sitting. Now, if I had her sitting cross-legged in a different position, in the opposite position, I just realized something. There's a garter on the right leg, but not really the left one. Complete with a belt. Looks like we're not going to have to worry about that in this one, which is kind of a bummer. I wouldn't mind drawing that. I don't know, maybe we could get it to fit. So at least a little hint of it here. A little hint of that belt. And because of this, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna draw it like more like this to get something that everyone seems to like, which is the squish. Since she's wearing high socks, we are going to add the squish. So a little bit of the flesh coming out here. Curve it in. Can't go wrong with a little squish. Pen, work. Thank you. No, it doesn't even have to be a lot. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Straps in. A little more. Think about it. Don't go willy-nilly. Think about it before you commit. We're gonna here. And here. Nah, it's still it's a little off. Something right around here should do. And there we go, something like that. That ought to do it. A little bit of racing is gonna have to happen. Clean some of this up, but I think we got something working here. Something that'll work. I'm gonna have to add a few more frills, but thankfully not that much. 3 ought to do. 1, 2. This should do. 2 buttons. And the name tag. But how does that connect? It's just kind of there. But what's it clicked on? Weird. Did she draw? Okay. The picture of the tapir in here is like, did you draw that or did someone build that for you? Because that tapir looks like it might need to see a doctor. Give me a second while I get a glimpse. I just try to wrap my head around how this thing's supposed to look. I'm looking at the reference picture and this looks a little weird. Ooh wee. No, you don't get to fall asleep. Wake up. I don't even know why I even tell myself that. I just had a drink. I don't even know why I tell myself not to fall asleep. I know I'm not going to be able to. Anyway, I got an idea. All right. I'm gonna draw kind of like shape, kind of like a pear. This part's the ear, then blocking another ear, and then the snout. Newt goes the snoot. It's a little odd, but I'm not gonna sweat it right now because this is just a sketch part. This is just the sketch part. While we're at it, I'm gonna go ahead and get a basic little. I'm sketching just a basic feel of the ears, like the little deets on the ears. Just so there's not a lot of guesswork here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 spots. This little part is it's very vague on where the spots are supposed to be. Like these lines here, they're kind of broken up, but then underneath is on both sides. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just gonna adjust this for free transform and just kind of. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Now we block out the ribbon, and then we'll be ready to really clean up the, yeah. Ooh, I just realized there's even more frills. Even more frills. Block it out here, because this spot, it doesn't block, it doesn't cover this spot, only this spot. All right. There we go. One, two, three, four. Honestly, this is one of those spots where I'm probably not even gonna bother trying to count these. We're just gonna block them in. Worry about it later. In fact, let's not worry about it at all. Let's just blocking as many as we can. If that's not canon, there should be a few more. I'm not even gonna worry about it because screw frills, man. I'm still gonna take my time and make them look somewhat good, just not perfect. Cause ain't nobody got time for that. This should do. Now for the pipe, just make another layer. Afterwards, we're gonna move everything into another layer altogether, and we're gonna clean it up. Once it's all cleaned up, we will be we're gonna finally start working on the lines. Scroll. We're gonna lower the opacity just a little bit so I get an idea of where that, make sure I know exactly where that pipe is. Everything's blocking me. Almost. Let's bring it up a little bit. Not bad. Might be a little deeper. There you go. Something like that. the loop here. And just because we added this, we're also going to add a few nightmares. Which, honestly, they just remind me of just the look on these things' faces in the picture reminds me of it's that one Digimon that looks like it's the cactus with the boxing gloves. I cannot remember if that Digimon's name was as obvious as so many others, so I'm not gonna try to guess the name. But if you know, you know. I will look into it after we clean up everything and block in the lines. I think I'll take a break. If I do take a break, then during which I'm gonna look up what that Digimon was, because it's gonna bug me if I don't find out. Alright, let's turn up everything else. Turn it back on. There we go. There we go. It's not looking bad, not looking bad. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take all of these from the rough sketch, the body sketch, the hair sketch, the outfit sketch, and the pipe sketch. I'm going to copy them. And I'm going to slowly but surely through each and every one adjust. I'm starting with the pipe. The parts that I know are going to be hidden, I'm going to hit and erase those. Erase all that stuff out. We'll get that out the way. Outfit. This part's going to be blocked off by the pipe. Go ahead and erase that. Head dress will block that. And block that. The rest of that's just fine. I'm gonna hit save before I forget. I don't remember the last time I actually hit save. I don't need any more nightmares in my head right now. Excuse the pun. The hair, block this part's gonna be blocked off. As is this part here. And here. All these places right here. The rest of that looks just fine, except for you. Here's good. Now for the body. clean up the fingers a little bit. And well, after that, most of this stuff's gonna get erased because most of the body's covered. But I'm gonna leave just a little bit, just in case we need it, just in case there's something that some part of the anatomy that I forgot about that needs to be tweaked. Maybe the clothes don't fit just right. This may look like I'm being very too tedious and I'm taking too much time with everything. But honestly, about 90 minutes to get the basic sketch down. It's not as bad as it usually is. I could spend up to 2 hours, sometimes even longer. I almost forgot that part. Just planning everything out, and it just ends up not even being worth it. All things considered, I think we got something that's actually worth our time. I think this is gonna come out real well for a first attempt, you know. All right. Now we merge all of that in together into one big layer. Cleanup layer. You know what? Just call that the full sketch, and I'm gonna make a copy of that. Call this the cleanup sketch. Just gonna say, I'm just making a backup just in case this cleanup doesn't look good later. I'm just going to do one last touch up here and there. Use a different brush. And I'm just going to basically kind of finalize where I want everything. Erase any of these unnecessary lines that'll make it difficult for me to see what I'm looking. It's difficult to see exactly what I'm looking at. Yeah. Some of that does not look right. Some of that does not look right. So I'm gonna do this. There we go. Erase a little bit of that. A little bit more. Yeah. The more I look at what we've got so far, the more confident I am. I think we got something good. But I can't focus too much because I'm already starting to see some things that are bugging me, but we can make it work. Nothing to worry about, nothing to panic about, nothing to get irritated over. Just gotta take our time and clean it up. Erase this part, we don't need that. The next part though, once we start working on the lines, my question is, what type of lines do I want? Do I want them kind of grainy and painterly, or do I want them clean and sharp? I'm not entirely sure how I want the lines to look, but so far with our sketch, I find it satisfactory. I find this something we can most certainly get a good illustration with. The only downside is that this is the legit first drawing of the year, first drawing of the month, first drawing of the year. Man, I am way behind. We need to fix that. And I just noticed something. See, this is why we gotta do these cleanup sketches. I just noticed. I was originally just I was gonna skip these because I didn't think she had them, but upon closer inspection, this tapir has 4 ears. The 2 up here, and behind the hair, she's got 2 here. I honest to goodness did not think she had them. I didn't see them, but now I'm looking closer at this chibi, and it's like, oopsie poopsie. It's alright. It's not a problem. We can just block these in just block one in real quick like. Put that in a separate. I'm just gonna put that in a separate layer that just says "forgot the ear" as my reminder to stop doing that. You almost never forget ears, Reverend. Yeah, I know, but I forgot it this time. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you always forget it. I know, but the fact is, I did in this particular case. Do you really need to just say that? Yes, as a reminder. A reminder of what? That you messed up once? Well, I don't want to mess up again. Who messes up by forgetting ears? You never know. You have different characters, different ears. You never know. I hope I didn't just say all that out loud. Better not have. I'm not even gonna ask. I'm just gonna do this. Some of the unnecessary deets. Good and clean. Here to shade it up to remind us that belt is there. Now I'm seriously starting to regret drawing her from here because I really want to draw that belt now. Is it because you just really want to draw the belt, or is it because you have a leg fetish? Well, it can't be. What makes you think it can't be both? No, I definitely said that out loud just now. Stop. Yeah. Almost done. Some contours here. Clean this line up here because it's starting to annoy me with how janky it's looking. Erase this. Erase that. Ain't bad. It ain't bad. Alright. It's been about an hour and 30. So we're just gonna go ahead and take this opportunity. We're just gonna take it as it is right now, and we're just gonna go ahead and straight start lining it. But I still want to think about it. Do I want the more pencil lines, or do I want the clean, sharp lines? Yeah, but alright, you know what? Yeah, think we'll go for the sketchy lines. Gather everything we got here, place it in a folder. Boom. Here's our draft. Now let's line them up. We're gonna line it up, drop in the colors, and then we're gonna take a quick break. But that break ain't gonna be until we're done with the lines, and the lines can take a while. So grab yourself a drink if necessary. Whoa. Let's do this. Haven't used this pen in a minute, but I think it's gonna look just fine. This is my retro pen, designed to replicate I have two different retro pens. Three, sorry. One for anime, like when I start doing like anime style animations or any type of animations really. That retro style, it's just a straight line like this, not a lot of variation. I got a manga retro pen, which is supposed to replicate like a G pen, which I sometimes use, but when I want to get into specific types of detail for like lines like this, I got my third retro pen, which is to replicate like one of those micron markers, the ones those milli pens I used to use to draw in ink when I was inking everything by hand, like traditionally. This is actually before I started using Clip Studio. Before I started using specifically Manga Studio. Before Clip Studio had its full version later. Yeah, I would have these like Pigma pens. I think that's what they were called, Pigma markers. And I would, if I had an illustration that I thought would make a good like comic style, I would ink it by hand, then I would scan it, and I would edit it. If not in Clip Studio, I would edit it in GIMP, which is open source and therefore free. So the first digital works I did was in GIMP, to give me an idea of whether or not I really want to try doing stuff digitally. Had a tiny little Wacom Bamboo to get used to using tablets, and it was fun learning how to do all these things with GIMP, as well as I think it was called Sketchbook Pro. I think it was Sketchbook Pro. Have that too. Trying to figure out what program works for me. The problem is that during that time I was working exclusively in like black and white, and it was only a matter of time before people started asking me to start doing illustrations in color, and I say, man, I really didn't want to do that one. I did not want to leave my comfort zone. I just want to stick to black and white. But much like doing things digitally instead of traditionally, it was only a matter of time to, it's like, screw it, you gotta learn eventually. To be fair, I'm still not very good when it comes to color, but I am learning, and I'm trying different methods to help me get a grasp on more reliable coloring methods. In fact, I've been following someone on YouTube recently who goes by the name Lines Sensei. And I think I'm going to use one of his coloring methods, albeit an altered version of his method, just to get the colors that I'm looking for this illustration. Because getting the colors just right has always been like a kryptonite for me, especially once we start working on the actual shading. Because I'm always not sure if I'm using the right colors for the right shading, but what have you. It comes with time. It comes with practice. It's just sometimes you just don't have a lot of time. Sometimes you don't have a lot of time to practice. You got stuff you got to do. You got work you need to finish. So you got to cut your losses, and you do what you can. You do what you can with what time you've got to do it. So while I wish progress was faster, we can take solace in the fact that progress is being made. This is why I'm not going to beat myself too hard on the fact that there was a point in life where I had actually given up on my goals and decided I'm just going to have to chase the almighty dollar. I was in a much worse state of mind than I already am, and I have no intention of doing that again. Even if I'm constantly failing, even if I'm constantly struggling, even if I never make it out of rock bottom, even if I never make a name for myself with my art, I can't go through that again. I cannot put myself in a position where I live solely to have a better paycheck. Focusing solely on just jobs and the almighty dollar, that probably would have killed me. Because there's no unwinding, there's no peace of mind, and there's no real satisfaction with that mindset. Like, no matter what you do, it would never be enough. You'd always feel like you're not doing enough. You're not accomplishing what should have been done. And to this day, I still feel like that. I still feel like there's so many things that I should have already had completed in my life. That maybe I wouldn't be in a bad position. Maybe I wouldn't be constantly just to this day drowning in student debt. Speaking of which, I gotta make a payment. While I still can. I'm gonna have to. Like that payment needs to happen like soon. In fact, I probably should have made that pay. I should have made that payment today before I started streaming, but I completely forgot. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I wish I had already completed, but just because I haven't made it to where I want to be right now, doesn't mean it'll never happen. I mean, it probably still won't ever happen, especially in this day and age where artists are not being appreciated unless they do a certain type of art. Be it that mainstream graphic design stuff that a lot of corporations want from you, not the fun stuff, unless you have fun doing that, or the art that I have, and I can do that kind of stuff. I have done some logo work for other people. It's not my favorite thing. It's doable, and I bet it would definitely pay the bills if I stuck at it. But I'd rather keep something like that as like a side job. I mean, this too is a side job, but this is a more fun side job. The other of the two things that are guaranteed to always have a market is that particular type of art that I never want to get involved in. The not safe for work kind of stuff. And the thing is, I know damn well I could do something like that. I won't lie. I have drawn a few things in the past that of questionable content that I will not upload. And it was just an experiment to see if I ever did get broken down so bad for a desperate need of money that I turned to the dark side, would I even be able to do something that actually looked appealing? Yeah, that's totally good. But I don't freaking want to. I'd rather do illustrations and animations that are kind of my thing. Speaking of animations, as soon as I'm much more confident in my 3D modeling skills and the harder part, the rigging. Well, actually no, the rigging is actually not that hard. It's not that hard. It's just headache-inducing. If I could just make a few more models that are actually satisfactory. Let me take a step back and let me look at these lines. Yeah, they don't look bad. These lines do not look bad. And they don't look too janky either, despite the fact that I'm using the thick pen. Yeah, this will work. Where was I? Oh yeah. Even though I haven't done any animation in a while, it's only a matter of time until I get back to it. I just need to make a few more character models and a few more assets. Things I'm more confident with, especially with the rigging. Building character models has been a headache and a half, but I'm getting better at it. I've got a few things that could totally work. but I'm gonna need a decent, a more decent grasp on the other fundamentals. Like, even if I do build something, I still need to do the UV unwrapping, which I'm still having trouble with, and that's partly because the way I do the way I build things, the topology might be a little trickier to make some decent UV maps in certain joints, certain segments. And then there's just the texture, the texture paint, adding the textures. And honestly, I should have done this a long time ago. There's since I'm using Blender when I'm working on 3D stuff, there's a program from someone that I've been following for years. Never used it as add-on once, but I need to fix that. It's called UCU Paint, and it basically, if you know anything about Blender, you'll probably have no clue what I'm talking about. But if you do know Blender, if you do use Blender, you'll probably know. It's texture painting, the core processes for like the tools we have built in to Blender for that. Total poo. It's total poo. And you need some add-ons to make it feasible, to encourage people to stick with Blender instead of transferring all the painting to other programs like 3D Coat, Substance Painter, which I refuse to touch because Adobe is charging us up the freaking yin yang. I no longer use the Adobe suite. I'm not doing that. I used to pay $50 a month for the whole suite. Bro, there are free open source alternatives right now that can get you just as much bang for the buck. You don't need Photoshop if you got GIMP, and you damn sure don't need it if you already paid $50 for Clip Studio. Granted, I did pay about $100 because I picked up Clip Studio EX, which allows me to do full-on animations. If you get Clip Studio Pro, you can do animations, but only up to like 24 frames. So you can do like at best, like a 2-second or 1-second like animation. So if you're doing like GIF files, like looping animations, that's perfect. But if you're someone like me who plans to do like straight up full on, maybe up to a minute animations in 2D, you're gonna need more than that. And I have done a bit here and there, and thankfully to the stuff, my work over in art college, I'm used to animating things even digitally, even if in 2D, like in Adobe Flash and 3D and Autodesk Maya, which I also will not try to pick up. Adobe, Autodesk, they're both just, not worth it right now. If I can get everything done in Blender, in Clip Studio, GIMP, HitFilm for video editing and all that, that's what I'm gonna do. We shouldn't have to rely. If you're a creative mind, you shouldn't have to constantly be charged like crazy just to follow your passion. Like, you shouldn't have to basically put yourself in debt just for an opportunity to practice and learn. This is one of the big reasons why I legit gave up on my goals for a good 2 years. Because I was just under the impression that I would never have access to the tools outside of school. Like, I did not have the money, and I definitely didn't have a strong enough computer for all the programs that I needed. And those colleges, they would tell you that you have to. They put that stupid idea in your head. It was a total bullcrap that you absolutely have to use the industry standard. To do otherwise is to do nothing more than waste your time. They would tell us that you can't use Blender, and you can't use GIMP, and you can't use anything other than the Adobe Suite and the Autodesk products. And they don't really tell you why. They just say because it's not the industry standard. Who the hell cares? No, really, like, who the actual hell, who the Rudy Poo entangled up in blue hell cares? At the end of the day, the end result is all that matters, you know? And if I make a nice animation, like for example, I'll use an example partially based on something I actually have made. If anyone knows that German coffee commercial, they would show like they would have like a peaceful spot, like maybe someone's fishing, someone's meditating. I think the most famous one is like someone just driving on a road, on a mountain, real peaceful, chill music. And then sudden, like in the middle of it, you got like just a mass person just jump into the screen and start screaming. And then it cuts to like a message in German, and you hear like a heavy like heartbeat, and then it would show like the can of coffee that they were the product, and it's like thumping like a heart, like thoop, 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 thoop. Let's say I recreated that commercial. I'll take the let's say instead of the car driving on the mountain range, there's that mountain range where the road is, and you're focusing on like a bird flying past it, maybe swooping down onto the towards the road and up towards the sky. And then while you're distracted, a Redead from freaking Ocarina of Time pops in and goes, "What's up?" Just from what I said, just from what I explained, that could have been, I could make something like that through several different programs. And I have made that Redead thing. The rest of it I didn't make yet, but I could totally do that if I wanted to, and I kind of do. I'll put that in the back burner right now. I'll put that on my to-do list. But if I make that, there's no doubt in my mind there will be several people who'll just jump to conclusions. They said that looked good. That looked just the way it was rendered. That looked professional. And I'm gonna assume you use this program here. I wonder how many people would believe me, or even worse, how many would change their tune and immediately start doo-dooing all over the actual video if I told them, actually no, I used free alternatives. There's no doubt in my mind there's going to be at least one example of some freaking industry standard extremist out there who's going to just dunk all over it. Some will be like, yeah, but why did you do that when you could have done this? And it's like, I actually couldn't have done this. Why use Blender when I could have used Maya? Bold of you to assume that I could actually get my hands on Maya. Bold of you to assume that I can afford Maya. Bold of you to assume any of that. Bold of you to assume that I am obligated to do that. Somebody with an open mind will probably say, oh, wait, The free programs can do this? And then you can explain to them why the industry standard might be faster, but at the end of the day, the end result will be the same, as long as you have someone who knows what they're doing. This might be the pessimist in me, but where's the lie? I could picture it happening right now. Like someone sees like an animation like that, and they'll be like, "Yeah, hey, then that's some impressive work right there." So how long have you been using Maya to produce stuff like this? The moment I say, "Actually, sir, and or madam, this was made using Blender," which has definitely improved over the years from the version they might be familiar with. I can go into straight up detail on how much better Blender has become. The new Eevee rendering system. And if I want to do some photorealistic rendering, there are different versions, like the Goo engine, thanks to Dylan Goo and his Goo Studios and whatnot. But I'm pretty sure, there's no doubt, that while I'm explaining all this, it goes in one ear and out the other, and when I'm finally done talking, their eyes will glaze over, they're gonna look unimpressed, and they'll be like, "It's shit, actually. What you made? It's shit. This is so amateurs. It's absolutely garbage. The rendering is awful." Now, if you actually use the industry standard, maybe I wouldn't have such an awful opinion. But now it's clearly night and day. They don't actually care about the content, as long as you follow a particular tradition. There are certain people out there who refuse to acknowledge that you don't need the industry standard. And the sooner people get over themselves and accept that, and be willing to expand their horizons and encourage new creators to use whatever works, the sooner we're gonna have a new renaissance of indie artists out there. I mean, we're already getting a good breakout of a lot of new artists and animators. I'm seeing some cool stuff recently. And I think part of it is due to people encouraging you to use whatever you need to use. But a lot of the old guard are still doo-dooing all over us. They'll tell you that you won't ever make it anywhere unless you are currently and always using what the main studios in the industry are using. But they don't actually tell you why. I mean, they don't even say because the hotkeys are different, the shortcuts are different. If you go to another studio and you're not using this, you're just going to weigh them down because you don't know how to use the program. Yes, you do. Many of these programs are very similar. Many of them work almost the exact same. And Blender even has a setup nowadays where the shortcuts that you're using can be switched. If you're used to using Blender, you can use the Blender hotkeys. If you're used to using Maya, they have Maya equivalent hotkeys. And Blender is constantly just getting better and better anyway, with what it brings to the table. Whether these people wish to admit it or not, they're running out of excuses as to why people should not be using Blender. If you can't afford the industry standard, if you can't access the industry standard, that should not, I repeat, it should not prevent you from being creative. And I wish someone had told me that right after college when I was stuck in a really bad position. I may still be in this position right now, but at least I would have 2 more years of experience under my belt. Two years of extra experience, I would have probably already been making some better animations that I've done already, and maybe have enough confidence to stop second guessing myself. And the one thing that I really gotta stop doing, which is taking what I have, saying it's shit, and doing it over. I've made a lot of base models, character models, fan art, 3D fan art of characters. I've done a lot of stuff. Most of it I have no intention of ever uploading and showing to you guys because I just felt like it wasn't good enough. Even if it was actually pretty good. Maybe it looks good from the outsider's point of view, but I look at what I make and I'm just like, ugh. Shit. But that's not necessarily an excuse to constantly throw these out or archive them and start over. Sometimes you just have to, hey, acknowledge the fact that, hey, you got something done, you got it done, finish it. This character model you're working on, unless you've hit a legitimate roadblock and you realize something went wrong and you have to redo it, you might as well just finish what you started. Now, I get it, like if you build something and the topology is so janky that you can't properly rig it, go ahead and start it over and or at least hopefully you saved often so you don't lose a lot of progress like a JRPG. And that way you can just find out where you messed up and fix it from there without having to start over from scratch. Or maybe if you're faster, start over from scratch. Whichever gets it done sooner. And I'm saying this stuff out loud right now to whoever's listening as well as my own self because I need to remind myself that I really need to remind myself that sometimes it's just better to get it done than to get it perfect. And it'll also be quite the reminder that it'll be a constant reminder after it's done that you got it done, that you can do it. Case in point, this ugly ass avatar that I'm using. It leaves a lot to be desired, but the fact is I got it done. It's just a guinea pig, but it works. Kinda. I just need to be able to implement that mindset to everything else I do. And I can go a lot farther than I'm already at this very moment. I think the big issue is the constant self-doubting, as well as sometimes just the doubting of what I'm doing. It's like the saying goes that you need to trust the process. Sometimes I can't even do that. No, I rephrase that. I'll rephrase that. It's not that I don't trust the process. It's I don't trust me doing the process right. Constantly thinking that I must be doing something wrong. Make me want to stop what I'm doing and try it again later. But it's like, don't do that. Just finish what you got. It'll be alright. boy. There we go. I was a little confused there what I was doing. There it is. Okay. Things were a little odd. Just like, what happened on my lines? We're gonna start with some clean lines like this, and then we're gonna adjust it in a minute because this is gonna have to be at a bit of an angle. There we go. Now, before we do that, it's not exactly even. Let me just touch. There you go. I think that'll do. Add that. Now we add her name. I'm gonna use a different pen for this, for the sake of getting the look. Way too big. There you go. Round it out a little bit. There you go. May not be a human photocopier, but I can damn well try. Here we go. Hey, Dark Mortimer's here. Hey, welcome. Drawing a dream-eating nurse. Granted, as soon as I'm done with the lines, I might take myself a bit of a break. It's been a long time since I've been drawing properly. It's been a very busy month. How you doing? Probably should have taken a little extra time to make sure I knew how to draw this little cartoon tapir. That's alright, I can make it work. Newt goes the snoot. There we go. Nope. There we go. There we go. For the eyes, we're not even gonna take any chances with the eyes. We're just gonna block these in with some circle tool. The circle tool. Breaking a lot of company rules. Honestly, it's not as bad as some of the people at my job. I've heard. I won't go into details, but I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things they really shouldn't. They really should have kept to themselves. If those guys get in trouble, that's on them. To be fair, if there's a lull in work. There's a lull in work and you gotta pass the time. I can't blame the people who are just doing whatever they gotta do. Let's see, what is this? All right, put all that in one layer. Boom. Rotate. Boom. Here, 14 years, haven't gotten a raise in the past 4. Ugh. I can relate. The workplace, before I move from one location to another, I hear talk about quote unquote maxing out. And after you've been there for a certain amount of years, the rate you reach the maximum you get. And I'm thinking, that sounds awesome. Now, why hasn't that applied to every employee? Apparently certain people got it and others didn't. I was one of those people who didn't even know that was a thing. It's like you can't win no matter what you do. But sooner or later, is that a favoritism? Yeah, probably. Sooner or later, though, those people that they treat like garbage, they'll find a way out. One of the reasons that I've taken so long to get back to drawing and streaming is honestly because of what I'm trying to do right now, which is trying to find my way out of that job. I'll spare most of the details, but I actually am building a website, and I have my own LLC, and I will be hopefully real soon, because I'm working with someone to actually finalize the website and make sure it's ready for action. We will be able to basically sell it forth into a new venture involving my artistic skills. The problem, it's not really a problem, but the kind of the bummer of this, of starting your own business, is that unfortunately my artistic skills will be for something that's not my usual thing. I'm a fan of illustration, as you're well aware, brother. Unfortunately, the type of illustration skills that these people are looking for aren't for anything that I personally would find fun, but it is something that I can do. If you've ever seen, there's that joke on the internet where someone gets a private message on their social and they're excited to hear about it, and then they read it and you see that the person that's sending the message is just one of those graphic designers who are asking if you need something, you need some work, willing to hire me for so and so. that's not what I'm doing, obviously, but what I'm doing is I'm looking into a location where you don't have to go jumping into people's messages asking if they need so and so. They will be off. There will be places that will actually tell you what they're looking for, and you can find these jobs. It's like, hey, I'm your guy. I can supply that. So you don't have to go searching random strangers. The strangers are already posting what they need. Not really strangers, but customers. And they'll be able to provide what you're looking. You'll be able to provide them what they're looking for, as long as you can do so in a timely manner. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to be good enough to do it, but there's only one way to find out. And even if I'm not a good fit, I will have the website, and I will be able to promote myself with that and expand my horizons. So when I'm not doing my freelance illustrations and animations, I will be essentially helping people with, let's just say, advertisement. Which is honestly something I probably should have done a long time ago. I didn't go to the best art college. But that's mainly because it was far too expensive. The go-to college of that area. But a friend of mine went to there, and even though she got into even more student debt than I did, once she got a contract job, a 3-year contract job, she was able to pay off that debt within those 3 years. And I think it's mainly because she was actually doing a job that was, in advertisement. It's not my forte, but it is definitely something I can do. As soon as that website's all done and everything's set up, we'll be talking to some higher ups in these locations, see what we can do. But first things first, we gotta finish that website, and I also have. Hopefully, we don't have to do this, but I may have to a surgical procedure coming soon, which might slow us down. I'll spare you the details, but after a routine checkup, they found something that might be serious, but we're going to get a second opinion. If the second opinion seconds the opinion, then I'm going to be going under the knife. Hope it wasn't the Art Institute. How'd you guess? Yeah. I went to the Art Institute when I wanted in that area. I wanted to go to the Savannah College of Art and Design back when I was like over there in the South. And man, you missed a bit of a rant. You missed a rant with me talking about exactly what they said to us aspiring 3D artists about. Explain why you don't tell up-and-comers not to stick to solely the industry standard, even if they can't afford it. But yeah, that Art Institute, man, they screwed us over. Some people I know they had a good run in the Art Institute, but during those last years before things really started to go vocal online and whatnot, yeah. That particular Art Institute of that location, a lot of really good instructors were leaving right around the time I made it there. So a lot of us got into like a really bad position. And this is why I say online that even though I got my bachelor's, I didn't learn the fundamentals. And it's because we really didn't. I will not say names, obviously. You heard of horror stories about our sister? Oh yeah. I appreciate the vote of confidence on the website launch. It's actually live right now, but we haven't done anything just yet, and we're just constantly upgrading it. I might let you know. I might talk to you about it later if you're interested. But horror stories, yep. Here's my horror story. The year I got there, I've already finished all my core classes in a different college. And when I made it to the Art Institute, it was around that year that some of the best, some really good names, good reputation amongst the faculty and amongst graduates and other students were leaving. And I'm guessing it's because they saw the writing on the wall and they're like, we got to get out of here. Whatever the to this day, I have no idea why they left. But I do know were the consequences. Many of us were stuck with this one guy, this freaking one guy, who was constantly being placed in several different classes. Like 3D Modeling 101. You know, he doesn't seem bad. He seems to know what he's talking about. And he does kind of know what he's talking about. The problem is that he wasn't what you call a good instructor. He wasn't a good teacher. If you're teaching and you explain something or show something, and then you dare say, do not be afraid to ask questions. The moment someone asks questions, you don't look at them like they're a freaking idiot. Like someone legitimately just asked a question. And then he just has the nerve to just look at him like, what are you, stupid? And just like you can see it in his eyes. Like he was hoping we didn't say anything. And at the end of the day, many people still weren't quite sure what to do. And yet he still found a way to pass almost all of us. Fast forward to modeling 102 in the intermediate course. We're not actually learning from the teacher. This is a completely different instructor altogether, and I use the term instructor very, very loosely. What happened was we're told to pick up the book, the super expensive instruction book, the textbook, and it was basically a step-by-step like textbook on how to do one particular thing, which was to build, I'm not sure if it was an astronaut or a deep sea diver, because none of us ever completed it on time. He basically said, pick up the book, come to class, in every class I expect you to get from point A to point B per class, and by the time you're done, by the time the end of the semester, you should have this thing done. And we just did this in silence, and he was just on his computer doing who the hell knows what. But he wasn't instructing. He was just telling us everything you need to know is in that book. And then it's like he really had no idea what he was doing, because during the last class, the legit last class of that semester, he was like, Oh, right. You guys are supposed to have like a final exam or something, like a final project. Okay. Today, guys, stop what you're doing. You have to have a final exam. What you're going to do is you are going to model, UV map, and texture your own character. You got to get it done by the end of the class. And I'm like, what the hell even is any of what you just said? Like, we did not even talk about UV mapping or texturing or any of that. What even is that? What does that mean? And so we basically had to rely on each other and talk to each other. Someone who actually had done this previously before the class even started, to even get any of that done. My final project was me literally doing my own low poly model of Wario. But it was so low poly, it looked worse than what you would see in Super Mario 64. But once again, they pass us. Fast forward to advanced modeling. We're now expected to know a lot more. And this instructor, I've got nothing against him. Unlike the other two, this guy knew what he was talking about. He had worked in several studios before he became an instructor. And he knew what he was talking about. And I learned a lot more from him than I learned from the other two, because he was actually an instructor. But he was pissed when he heard that none of us knew what he was talking about. Like, he expected us to already have had a grasp on several different programs, and we would know about not just standard modeling stuff in 3D, but even sculpting in 3D. So that way we can sculpt something and then retopologize it to make it something that's built for animation rather than just a sculpture. And we're all just like, sir, what even is what what is that? And he blew his lid. He blew his stack, because he was like, you're supposed to have already known this by 102. What do you guys know? When we couldn't tell him much, he asked, who the hell taught you guys? Once we said the name of the guy, specifically the one from the very first guy from the 101, he looked like he was gonna have a freaking stroke. He was pissed, because clearly we all were basically still, we were all in advanced class, but with only a little bit of 101 knowledge. We, as far as he was concerned, we didn't even know enough to properly pass 101. And I agree. I felt like there was a lot of stuff I still didn't get. So we were, but he did his best. And I learned more from that guy about the fundamentals than I learned from two other classes, and that is sad. But we all, at the end of the day, we all were very, very screwed. And that was just the modeling. The final few classes over the year and a half were animation. And the first, for Animation 101, the same damn instructor that I had for Modeling 101. Mr. Don't be afraid to ask questions, but if you do ask them, I'm gonna look at you like you're stupid. And don't get me wrong, the man knows how to animate, he knows how to use the programs and everything, but he does not know how to properly teach people. His methods were essentially to show you how he does it, and then expect you to just kind of get it. Like, just absorb his skills through the ether or something. It, needless to say, it didn't work. And to make matters worse, he was also the instructor for the advanced class. So for 2 classes in a row, I didn't really learn much. Whatever I learned, it was from other classes or outside of class. The most I learned was from the intermediate class. The instructor there was a little weird, a little goofy, a little eccentric, and a little unorthodox. But all that matters was that he knew what he was talking about, and he had projects and practices that made sense, and we could all figure it out. That guy got a good review during the teacher surveys because he listened, and he assured that we were gonna, whatever we were struggling with, he made sure we figured it out. And just the way he taught just made a lot more sense. Not headache inducing, not boring, no one's falling asleep. The guy knew what he was doing. We need more people like him. Instead of constantly being stuck with one instructor who clearly doesn't know what he's doing. Unfortunately, that's what happened to many of us, and we all struggled in the last classes because we were constantly passing in classes we shouldn't have passed. I wouldn't have minded sticking around another year. I mean, granted, this would have led to even more student debt, but for the sake of actually having all the skills necessary to be a full-on 3D generalist, being able to do decent lighting, composition, modeling, rigging, animating, the whole shebang bang, it would have been worth it. Because those are all the skills you need to properly apply for positions. If you're just an animator, and that was definitely that's what I graduated for, they don't really care. Because a lot of these studios that I applied for after graduation, they don't care about the demo reel. The school even said you needed a demo reel, don't worry about a portfolio. Until portfolio day comes, and all of us who are just animators and not necessarily like full-on modelers and whatnot, we're constantly being asked by the people who are citing us, like talent searching. All these people, they're looking at our demo reels that are playing on the monitors and all that, and that's all well and good, but they all ask the same thing. But where's your portfolio? We were just given a bad hand. And at the end of the day, the Art Institute was nothing more than what we call a degree mill. When you work your ass off to not even learn what you should have learned, and your whole experience led to you really not being ready. It's a damn shame. It should not have ended up like this, but not a lot you can do. But it's okay. I'm not done yet. And I know there's a lot of people who were able to make it somewhere even after all that bullcrap. Not sure if I'm going to be able to do the same, but only one way to find out. Like I said earlier, I legitimately had given up on myself when it came to the actual, actually getting the work, like actually making something of myself with my art, and just focus on work for a couple of years, and I'm not doing that again because I was in a really bad place mentally because of that. And it's mainly because the folks at the Art Institute, a lot of them, even some of the good instructors kept insisting that if you cannot use the industry standard programs, like all the Autodesk content and all the Adobe stuff, like if you're not using all those, you're wasting your time. And you might as well just drop up and give up on your dreams. They straight up tell you this, and it's because, and it's not because they have a legitimate reason. They say it solely because industry standard. That's all. That's the only words that came out of their mouth. They say if it's not industry standard, it's a waste of time, solely because it's not industry standard. But the problem is, especially nowadays, with stuff like Blender getting better and better every year, you can make something phenomenal, and they would never be able to tell that it was in fact made in Blender. All my video editing and the new transitions that I made earlier today that you'll see at the end of this stream, as well as the one I did at the beginning of the stream, all this stuff was made not in like Adobe After Effects or Sony Vegas. I was using it in the free version of HitFilm. And the fact of the matter is, most people wouldn't be able to tell. And that's the point. It really doesn't matter what programs you use as long as the end result is good. There's always more than one way up the mountain, but the view is still the same no matter what you do. No matter how you get up there. So I really wish these instructors would not be so elitist, because they literally are encouraging a lot of people to give up on their own dreams. They were killing people's dreams by basically saying that if you don't have the money to do this, then you're screwed. Not so, man. Especially when a lot of these programs are getting better and better, and they're even accommodating. Example, Blender, even if you're used to using stuff like Maya, Blender has a setup where you can actually change the shortcut keys from the Blender version to Maya. So if you're used to using Maya, you can still use Blender the same damn way for the most part, to really get you used to using the new system. And why wouldn't you want to use something that's not only free but open source and is constantly getting improved on, like worked on and improved by a community of people who are constantly making, animation accessible? It's getting to the point where we're finally able to actually support independent animators and all that, which we should have been doing for years now. But now, we've been seeing it all the time. We see it all the time, but it doesn't really go anywhere. But what looked like just very, very small improvements here and there have over the years accumulated. It's really snowballed into a big community with a lot of aspirations and a lot of passion and a lot of people trying to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to do this. And the future's looking really good right now. We got a new version of Blender coming soon. We've got studios like Dylan Goo Studios working on very different versions of his own particular animation based. Wait, that ain't right. Hold on. He has his own version of Blender known as the Goo engine that is designed for non-photorealistic shading. So if anyone wants to get into that cell shading, you're in good hands. You're in luck. Everything you're ever going to need, it's right there. That is not looking good. Hold on. No. This needs to be a little longer. A little thinner. There you go. But yeah, there's things are looking up when it comes to independent work right now. If only because there's a lot of people who are basically looking for basically looking out for the small creators, because they too are small creators, but they're making big progress. It's a very exciting time. As soon as I'm done with these little ghosts here and the little nightmares here and the loopy loops here, we're gonna cut a break. Indie work is the lifeblood after all. Oh, absolutely. And honestly, the way things are looking when it comes to just what a lot of these big time studios are doing, shooting themselves in the foot, I got a feeling there's going to be a lot more success for independent creators all over the industry, from illustrations to animations to comics to films to games, you name it. Which is why we can't give up. And that's why we got to strike while the iron is hot. While these big names are screwing themselves over and shooting themselves in the foot, we see a lot of creators out there thriving. Quite the confidence booster right there. A reminder that we can get it done. We can make it. Sketch these guys out real quick. Yeah. The idea of Dahlia outsmarting the Hollywood executives to give her 100% creative control for a movie. And I got a feeling of exactly what would happen, though. It ends up becoming a big-time hit. Nothing but positive reviews online from the people who actually watched the movie. But due to one bullcrap reason or another, it's not nominated for any of the big-time movie awards. But the people who watch it won't care, because they're like, who cares? It was still better than that other crap you guys have been making. Am I referencing something that may or may not have happened in the real world? Maybe. Reasons why they went. Yeah, honestly, these award shows, like, at this point, I'm surprised anyone even watches them. The people who are watching them, I'm guessing, are the people who don't actually watch movies either. At this point, they sound like nothing but big giant echo chambers for people who are looking to see something they want to win for whatever reason, get an award, even if the actual viewers out there don't even know why they're getting this nomination. I don't even remember the last time I've seen any of those. To hell with them. Especially when it seems like there's some type of agenda going on that prevents certain freaking movies from even getting a chance. Same applies to games too. Certain games aren't getting a chance to be considered game of the year for this reason or that reason. It's just like, all right, guys, just admit you're biased. There we go. Okay. It's not looking bad. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and. All right, it's been about almost 3 hours. I'm gonna save and I'm gonna take a break, and we are going to work on the colors. I'm gonna block them out. I'm gonna see if we can finish it by the end of the night. But just gonna go ahead and yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and take this. Where is my yeah? So you guys hang tight. I'll be back in a little bit. check. Mic check. And we're back. Whew. I remember I used to not even bother taking. I remember I used to not even bother taking breaks when I illustrate. But man, your artwork definitely looks a little different when you take your eyes off it for a minute. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead and. Today we're going to do something a little different when it comes to the way I'm coloring. I've been recently practicing a different method, and hopefully this works. But only one way to find out. Let me make sure I got everything though. Boop, 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 boop. Invert. Just gonna block everything in gray for now. So I know we're not gonna miss anything. Also, I missed a spot. When it comes to the lines, I forgot one spot, so let me do this real quick. Also, I noticed one thing. If it's one thing I've noticed, thanks to recording with this avatar, I noticed one thing that I really gotta stop doing, and that's constantly like moving my head like this. I need to just move the image to face my head wherever my head may be. But I keep like tilting my head like this. Instead of, I'm gonna end up hurting myself one of these days. But alright, now we're just gonna block in all the colors that we need. We don't need that. Well, we don't need that spot. Cut that out. There we go. Just gonna block out the hair. Look, I've got the colors set up in a separate layer, so I know. So I got rid of a lot of the guesswork on what colors are what for at least the main colors. Blocking those out right now. So. Now for the skin real quick. This is one of the reasons why I take my time with the lines. Wait, no. So that way, it's so much easier to fill in everything. Some people just kind of wing it, just kind of paint it in by hand. But I try to keep it as nice and neat as possible, so that I don't have to constantly second guess myself. I already do that too much as it is. And we really can't afford all the. We already are doing plenty of guesswork as it is for this particular character, because the only official art we have for her right now is her like tiny little chibi form. She's got like a little tiny little version of herself because the original, the standard full size model either isn't ready yet or is just, you know, going to be revealed at a later date. Either way, we haven't seen what she looks like in normal proportions. So a lot of this whole session today has been a bunch of guesswork of what it would look like if she weren't mini. Which is something I actually mentioned earlier in the stream that the very act of taking something that's really tiny and chibified and making a taller version of it is actually something I've done earlier this month. I've been really working my butt off trying to improve my 3D modeling. And one of the challenges I did was take one of the chibis I made during a 3D course I was taking and trying to make a standard size version of it. I think it came out alright. And here I am basically doing it again for the first drawing of the month. Man, I am so behind. I got about 10 days, so needless to say, I'm gonna have to get another drawing done tomorrow. I should have had another one done yesterday, but I was exhausted after a long week, and I just needed to recharge. And admittedly, I did also get distracted with editing some stuff, like the new transitions I was making here. I wanted to do something productive yesterday. There you go. A little bit. There we go. Color them lines. Looks like I missed another spot. Oop. Not a problem. Miss some more lines. So, alright. Turn off the flats real quick. Yeah, I see what I messed up. I forgot to line you. That's okay. That won't take long. Try it again. Fill out the lines here. That won't be too big a deal. I could just fill it in like this. Whoop. And boom. Okay, no, that did not work. How about now? Not good at all. We'll add a little bit. I'm gonna add a little bit more thickness to the lines on this. That ought to fix it. Reminds you of the nurse dragging me, but not being weak. I'll have to look into that. I feel like I should know that which one you're talking about, but I don't. I'll have to look into that. And compare the two. Okay, now I see why that didn't fill out properly. I was filling on the wrong layer. That explains a lot. Okay. Let's try that again. Oof. There we go. Yeah, it's take two. It happens. Good thing I save often. Oof. Art to RPGs, you always want to save often. I don't think I didn't see you there. Fill that in. Wonder what happened there. That'll do for now. Then we just fill these in. Just the eyelashes, not the whole hair. Come on now. Come on. That ain't right. There we go. There we go. And one little bit. Nope. There we go. Save. Anything missing? Just color a little bit, make it a little darker. More saturated, less saturated. There we go. And fill in the tongue, and we're set. Now to try that coloring method. Oh, hold on. One more thing. The name tag. The method I'm going to use, I've learned from someone on YouTube known as Lines Sensei, who is basically teaching people, his particular method on how to do some art. And he's got some his methods are very familiar, very similar to other artists I've seen, including Mikey Mega. But his way of what had me stick around and see what he's capable of was specifically the way he colors. He had this 60-minute challenge for himself to get an illustration done in about a full illustration in color in about 60 minutes. He didn't get it done in precisely 60 minutes, but it was close enough. And once I saw what he was capable of doing, I decided, yeah, I'm going to give that a shot. If his method works, I'll follow him. The method definitely does work. And the results I have actually shown you guys. And it's also the method I've been using in my most recent sketch time illustrations. When I when I tell you what the subject is, and then tell you the approximate time that I actually finished it. The very first one that I tried with that method was my picture of Beautiful Joe. And once I saw that the method actually works, it's like, yeah, he's got something. So I now not only have subscribed to him so I can see if there's anything else I can learn from him, but I'm also talking with some of the artists on his Discord. You know, there's always something you can learn. Let me turn off the. All right, with this. All right, the sketch is. All right, the sketch is done. So let me turn the sketch layer off before I forget. I've done that before several times. And before we actually start using the method, I'm going to do one more thing, which is block in the whites of the eyes. I'm going to block them in with blue so that I can get the whole thing like this. Boom. Then we're going to select all that blue, all of it, bring it up to white. Boom. Real easy. A little bit of that green, that, a little bit, it overflowed into the eye just a little bit, so fill that in just a touch. Now let's try the method. The method is we're actually going to use a method. We're going to use a layer that a lot of people actually don't approve of, which is we're going to take these flats, and we are going to copy it, and we're going to just adjust the copy. We're going to turn down. We're going to change the color just a little bit, make it warmer, and we're going to turn the saturate. We're going to adjust the saturation just a little bit. And we are going to turn it down like this. We're going to turn. This is going to be what I personally call the converter layer, because we're going to take this color here. We're going to take all these. These are going to be basically our shades, and we're going to put this into a separate. We're gonna turn this into. We're gonna put this and make a clipping mask on this particular thing. I just put a clipping mask on it, and it's gonna be right underneath a separate layer that we're gonna use. Why can't I speak? Hold on. I'm getting tongue-tied trying to explain this. Take a little drink. Okay. Now for another take two. Now that we've made a set of a separate layer for our darker colors, we're gonna set that. We're gonna clip it to another layer altogether, which is set for shade, which is gonna be our shading layer. One thing a lot of people are against when it comes to actually shading, and I understand it because I've done it too, is they are adamantly against using a certain type of blending form. We have this layer set, instead of normal, we have it set to multiply. If we do that, yeah, you'll get a darker color, and it doesn't look that bad. until you realize that the colors look kind of awkward. Hold on. Let me just apply the mask. Boom. Okay. So I'm taking a particular color, and it's set to and the whole layer is set to multiply. I can kind of do shading like this, and it looks kind of passable, but depending on the colors you're using, it doesn't look right. And even if you say did the same color as let's say I use the eyedrop tool and I select the color of the hair, I can go multiply and I can get something like this, and it looks okay, but it's still a little muddy. And simply put, it's very amateurish in comparison to some people who actually know how to get their colors just right. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this here color, I'm going to take this this layer set to multiply, and I have that converter layer that I mentioned, and I'm going to connect the two. Once I connect the two like this, suddenly we got colors that are much more fitting. So no matter what color I'm using in the multiply layer, what's going to happen is it will be converted into those colors on that converter layer. So as long as the colors on the converter layer are exactly what we want them to be, we can focus not on getting the colors just right, but getting our shading just right. Take out the guesswork and just focus on getting the shape of the shade just right. If done properly, you can get decent colors every time. However, my issue is getting the colors in the converter layer just right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to block out my shades, and once that's done, I'm going to start adjusting the colors on the converter layer. And since they're all flat colors, like the original flats are, I won't have to worry about selecting the wrong thing here and there. I should be able to change the colors really quickly. I don't know where Lines came up with this idea, but I think this might be the way certain companies have done something similar. This looks like the type of quick coloring method that certain Koreans use for their webcomics. And this might be a very similar method used by the folks who made Skullgirls, the fighting game Skullgirls. I saw their method on how they built their character sprites. Their character sprites are all hand-drawn, but they say they have a special method for adjusting the shades, because they don't just paint they paint the shades in gray, and then apparently they convert it so that the colors match. I'm assuming it's something very similar to what Lines does with in this particular method, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe one of these days, when some of these companies kind of go under because they've been making some really bad decisions, maybe someone out there will start to kind of show us how to convert these, because I've seen a lot of nice independent sprites and animations elsewhere, and I think they're starting to put the pieces together and figure out how to do their own version of that. Actually, speaking of, since I mentioned online courses and I just mentioned having just these different types of animation, I recently came across a course on the website Colosso. Those courses are expensive, but nowhere near as expensive as stuff in college. There's a course on using the same program I'm using right now, Clip Studio, to do animations, and I'm really tempted to give that a shot if I can afford it. because even though I am a 3D animation specialist, I've always been a fan of 2D animation as well, and I had to learn how to do that properly before I even touched 3D. I kind of want to get back into it, since I'm always drawing all the time. It just kind of makes sense. Some of the colors here are looking okay, but still look just a touch dull. So I'm definitely gonna adjust the converter layer after this. But right now I'm not gonna think too hard on this. Right now I'm just going to focus on actually blocking out the line, blocking out the shade, and make sure at least the shading is where it needs to be. So far, I think we're gonna have something nice here today. The idea is for this using the converter layer is also to kind of speed up the process. Had I not spent almost 3 hours just getting the main lines and color done, we might have been like, if I was able to get that all done within maybe 30 minutes. First time chat, what? Gaseous tortoise, okay. It's like got somebody over here trying to advertise, you can cut that out. Saying. All right. If I weren't so focused on taking my time and getting this done, if I were actually in a rush like that 60-minute challenge, though it would also help if I had a better understanding of what the character looks like, so I'm not guessing. I could, on paper, get this illustration done in maybe not an hour, but an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. And maybe when I get, even faster doing this stuff, I will be able to reach something like that, but that might be far off. The time I get that fast might be far off, maybe not as far off as I think. I have been getting faster. That's the one of the big reasons I'm studying Lines' method, because as much as I like taking my time, the fact of the matter is, time's something most of us don't really have. We don't have a lot of time. There's always something that needs to be done. There's always something that needs to be finished. We don't have time to just kind of smooth our way through. Sometimes we got a deadline. Missed a spot. Now that I think about it, I do wonder how long it takes Lines to actually do a casual illustration. Well, not casual illustration. I saw how fast he can move, but I am curious about how long it takes him to, on average, to finish an illustration. Some of my favorite artists can get stuff done within 2 hours, and I chalk it up to just having much more experience and knowing exactly what they're drawing. And yeah, to be fair, very often The reason why they're so fast is because they draw something very similar all the time. Sometimes it's very similar poses, very similar facial structures, but they got it down to a T that they can get it down real. They can always block it out real fast. They can finish it real quickly. And it's still impressive, even if it's very similar every time. The thing is, I'm constantly challenging myself to learn different things. So being able to do the same thing, I think one of the big reasons why is because I'm never truly satisfied with what I do. I can't stay on one thing. Like, I like illustrating characters, but I also want to expand to getting better at drawing stuff like backgrounds and environments. I can't draw anything that requires a ruler, but I really want to fix that. So I've been, in my off hours, been studying how to properly draw buildings. One of my family members asked if I ever consider architecture. It's like, no, I cannot do architecture. There are people who are good at that. Dark Marver. But that was never been my forte. I can draw a decent landscape, but once buildings are involved, it's like my brain. It's like something that can put my brain on stun. It's like, does not compute, syntax error. Bleh. These colors could definitely use some more saturation. So yeah, we're definitely gonna have to adjust the converter. After we are satisfied with where all the shading has been placed, we'll adjust the converter, and afterwards we're going to copy the converter again and make a second shading layer. It's gonna make sense. We're gonna have two layers of shade. This will be the main shade, and there's going to be a darker shade with some ambient occlusion, or at least something close to ambient occlusion. Then we'll worry about the highlights. The idea is that, by planning it out like this, we can get things done much more quickly. That said, I don't want this done too quickly because I'll feel like it's not gonna be very satisfactory if I go too fast. Because it feels like I'm rushing. I don't want to go too fast and miss something. There are certain details that I don't want to necessarily miss. That said, since we're already on the shading process, we are technically almost done with this thing. The hard part was actually getting, the basic structure set up and the inking. Though it may feel like the real challenge has just begun for me, because when it comes to coloring, that's always been my kryptonite. My sense of color theory has always been poo-poo. And that's another failure on my art college. That said, the time in my art college, still the artist, it wasn't all bad. All my illustration classes, no complaints. There was a sculpture class that was absolute bullcrap. That's because we had another instructor that wouldn't teach. You even raise your hand to ask for help, and he would just pretend you didn't exist. Absolute bullcrap. Got a lot of respect for those people who use like those wires and whatnot, like those modeling wires. We have to basically put in those like metallic bracings inside like whatever you're modeling, be it like an anatomical model or a figure or whatnot. I don't know how you guys do that without like splitting open your fingers. Like, I did not get any help during that class, and I was jacking up my fingers just trying to get everything good and tight and making sure the clay stayed where it was and the bones stayed where they were. I could not for the life of me get it to work. I just, no. And I couldn't get any help. And that teacher had the nerve to damn near flunk me because he saw that I didn't have a lot of confidence in myself, and he said something along the lines of, alright, you have to cut videos for the morning topicals. Hey, you take your time, brother. That instructor was saying that if you feel like a failure, he will treat you like a failure, and if you're not showing confidence, he's willing to give you an F. I hope he got fired. That is not how you teach. There's no reason to be confident if you literally couldn't get the job done because you need help and aren't receiving any. Of course you're not going to be confident. Like, I mean, I got it done. Man, it would have looked much better if someone was able to actually do their damn job and explain what we could have done different. Some people just aren't meant to teach. And yet somehow they're the ones who get the job. Seeing how long it can take a simple illustration like this one to be complete, I can understand why there are a lot of comic artists out there that are spending like the whole damn day, more than 8 hours, just getting one page done. But then there are those who can crush it and get like 2 done in a day, in 8 hours. 3 of them in 8 hours, no breaks. It's like, what are they putting in the water and is it safe to drink? Let me zoom out. Let me stay zoomed out a little bit so I don't accidentally hyper focus on anything just yet. Wait. Wrong layer. Alright. Gonna block it out. This out so that way we're not spending too much time trying to focus on the details. Get this out there. And we'll refine it as we go. bit and get in some beats. Lower the size of that a little bit. There we go. You don't need that much. Just a little bit. Some of the detail will be coming from when we use some lighting. Let's start with some highlights. And he's back. Welcome back. Almost done with the base blocking out the base shading. Afterwards, we are going to add a little extra detail here and there for the colors that don't need to be shaded necessarily, but need some actual details. And then we're going to add some color for the eyes. Afterwards, we're going to adjust the actual color of the converter. And then we're almost set. I don't know if we're going to actually add any background for this. Maybe just a simple like color in the background, just so she's not sitting in the void of freaking the same void that dang on near drove Squidward insane. For the basic shade, setup. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna add a little extra oomph for some of these colors before we start adjusting everything. So this is referral. Select all this right here. I'm gonna make a new layer just for a void of light can drive anyone insane. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I remember that episode. Oh wait, no, wrong. No, not episode. I'm thinking of something completely different. Void light can drive anyone insane. There are definitely different methods to drive people insane. It can be a void of light. It could be a void of darkness. It could be an abyss where there's nothing there. Spend enough time in isolation, you'll lose it. And isn't that almost what happened to Jack Sparrow, Captain Jack Sparrow, in Davy Jones' locker? Shade around each one of these guys, kind of similar to the boos of Super Mario. Now that I think about it, what in the world are the boos made out of? Are they ectoplasm? Or are they magically converted ghosts? Like, the reason I ask is because now that oddly enough, isolation never bothers me. Oh, same. Like, the few times I was, the 2 years where where I spent basically by myself as long as my roommate ignored me back in college. It was some of the most peaceful times ever. It just really sucked that, you know, not every college roommate was good. Actually, both college roommates at the time left a lot to be desired. The first one was kind of rude, but he was at least reasonable once I made my point clear. The second one was a total jerk, and he actually blackmailed me. Ooh. But you know, with people like that, isolation is almost a heaven sent. Now for the let's see. The next thing we're gonna need is then there's the ears. There's three things that definitely need adjustment. It's the nightmare guys, the ears, and of course the eyes. I'll spend some decent time with the eyes, but the rest of it's not gonna be too long. I just need to first and foremost I need to stop hitting my microphone. It's a new setup. I keep bumping into this thing. Good thing it's cheap. First things first is to just adjust. Yeah, something like this. There we go. Wasn't quite sure if this was gonna look right, but yeah, we can make this work. Some of that lack of some of that randomness in animal fur. What was the other thing said? Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. I was wondering because if you play Super Mario Bros. 3, there was there's this one spot. I think it was in one of the underwater levels where the boos just kind of come out of like this bar. I don't know if it was like a slit in like a building or something, or if it was just it was like a long rectangle, like a bar, and the boos just kind of poke their heads out and they're like moving around like it's a carousel or like a conveyor belt. And I'm just thinking, what are you guys made out of? Are you like haunted taffy or? It just you see the way they just pop out of things, and I'm just wondering, what the hell? What are boos? Are they actual ghosts, or are they just magically converted, like weird balls of energy? It's one of those things that I'm definitely gonna have to look up later. Now we're going to add a little bit of red or orange to this to get that little tint on the outside of these. There we go. Something like this. Yeah, it's just one of those random things I think about every now and again when it comes to certain characters. Like sometimes it's one of those things where you're just kind of sitting there doing something or thinking about something, and then suddenly a certain question hits you in the head and you're like, what in the world? So I'm surprised Professor E. Gadd never explains this. To be fair, I don't think we've ever seen the boos do that outside of Super Mario 3, but yeah, I'm surprised we don't get any details. Where's Samus Aran in her Metroid Prime visor to scan these and analyze these things when you need it? To be fair, I'm pretty sure there's, we have wikis, we have TV tropes. There's no doubt in my mind someone's already figured this out. I'm sure I can look it up later, and I'm probably going to when I'm done for tonight's stream, because now that I thought about it, I'm pretty sure it's gonna bug me until I look it up. Fun fact, that's something I used to do all the time in college. before I started making friends. Hey, hey, Witchy. Didn't expect to see you here. You caught me just in the middle of coloring this. We're almost done with the shading. How have you been? I'm actually going to take the shading set. I'm going to turn off the shading layer so I can focus on these eyes. If I'm going to do these, I'm going to do them right. Oh, you know who this? Oh, you recognize this? Yeah. I saw a little peek of the. I didn't even know of this tapir until like a couple days ago, and then next thing I know, hey, she's already gonna debut. All right. And the next thing I know, okay, I take a look at some of the artwork. I'm like, okay, how much fan art does she have already? Not a bad amount. Might as well add some. Let's go ahead and I'm just gonna go ahead and block out. I'm gonna block out the shading of the eyes real quick. It really pays to have some of these colors on standby. Reminds me how I can easily bridge together wrestlers, different persona, how they came from. For example, Nikki Cross. That's good. That's some, and if they can put it in, if they can actually implement, if they can bridge together that same thing in kayfabe, that just shows how skilled they are in actually telling a decent character. Sometimes you can take a gimmick that doesn't work or a part of yourself and bring forth a new gimmick or a new character, and you can. And I really appreciate it when it comes out real smooth, like. Sometimes real world events can also lead to some really interesting ideas. It's just a shame that sometimes those real world examples are tragic ones. First debuts, Nikki Glenn Cross goes mad by joining Sanity and renamed Nikki Cross. It is pretty cool to see just the change in certain characters. Another interesting one that I thought was it's loses her family looking for friends, ends up with Alexa. Oh, speaking of which, man, what? I have not had access to cable in a few years, so most of my access to wrestling either comes from me affording a pay-per-view or just, checking the news like Wrestle Talk. What in the world happened? Like I know Eric Young is gone. Where's everybody else? I'm gonna add another layer for the eyes. Not quite. Make them a little bigger. Not that big. wins. If he wins, becomes a superhero, which adds to an already established insane mind. Honestly, you follow one wrestler long enough, their whole story itself becomes almost a freaking movie. It's one of my favorite things about pro wrestling is that if you stick with it, you're gonna see you can see some amazing changes. It reminds me of that mockumentary, Wrestling Isn't Wrestling, when they were talking about how Triple H became who he was. As ridiculous as that thing was, made some good points, and it really does help establish exactly one of the reasons why wrestling is so much fun to watch. At the same time, sometimes it can be really painful. Another example being Super Eye Patch Wolf and his Unreality of Wrestling, when he talked about how Roman Reigns went from storytelling could be fun to watch. Oh yeah, but you know, it can also be kind of painful. I'm very neutral about Roman Reigns because there's a time and place for him, and he does what he can. But Super Eye Patch Wolf brings up just how it must piss some people off to just do their job. They're just doing their job. They're just doing what they're told, and they're doing the best they can. And it just doesn't freaking work. To be fair, when he went heel, it definitely worked. And it seemed like one of the things that really helped was allowing Roman to just kind of let it go. Just kind of be him. Just let, basically, inhale the demons, exhale your fury, and let him be a prick. And it worked. And when it was time for him to turn face again, it actually made sense. You know, I know a lot of people were hoping he never had to do that, but sometimes that's what you gotta do, and it pays off in the end. What in the world is that? What is that? What is that? There's something stuck in this eye here. What is that? Is that? Okay. His face surgery was going to happen eventually, but this time it was organic. Exactly. Okay, something is not right. What am I looking at here? What is weird? Okay, no, we got an issue here. We got a bit of an issue. Looking a little cross-eyed. Alright, let's turn shade back on and let's start to adjust the colors. The colors are the convert. We're gonna do adjustment on the converter layer because some of these colors are still not working. I think part of it is wanting to turn up the saturation just a little bit. Speaking of finishing the story, Riv Van Winkle wants the U.S. Women's U.S. title now. You know, speaking of which, Doug Mortimer, you reminded me of something. Remember how I did an illustration of us and Hairball, and you mentioned you mentioned something on one of the retweets on when I retweeted the idea of it was a Kung Fu Panda reference, and we're talking about listening to some epic music, and the thing said the battle I'm imagining will be legendary, and you said you sometimes think of like wrestling entrances like that. I remember you mentioning the for the Unholy Alliance, the Unholy Trinity, how you imagined the entrance theme would be Immortal by Ademo. I haven't forgotten that. You reminded me of an interesting idea, and once I'm also learning some stuff in Blender when it comes to animation. I mean, I'm already an animator. It's just that there are certain like procedural things like liquid and fire effects that I'm slowly learning. I have this really interesting. This is why I wish like modern like wrestling games would stop taking stuff out and allow more creativity, because I have this idea in my head of what would be the perfect like video for the Titantron. No joke. If I ever get to it and start, really building something nice, I'll let you know. Okay, and first things first. I'm gonna see if I can adjust. I'm gonna adjust the color for the. Okay, cut that out. I'm gonna adjust the color for the skin first, because the skin's starting to bug me. It looks too dead. So that's the first thing we're gonna convert real quick. We're gonna change up. Needs a little more saturation, because it looks like a zombie right now. We don't need that. Maybe a little lighter. Just a little bit. There we go. Something like that. There we go. Now for the hair. Just adjustment. A little adjustment here, a little adjustment there, and we will be good and set. And as soon as we have colors exactly where we want them, we will add one more shading layer and add a little bit of dark in there. A little darker. Let's see. Anything else needs to be adjusted? The rest doesn't look bad, actually. The rest does not look too bad. Yeah, I think that will do. Except, no, we will adjust this part. We will adjust a little bit on the pipe. Make that just maybe a little lighter. Maybe a little bit, if we can. Just a little bit lighter so that the second shade can be a little darker. I'm just gonna add a little bit more shade on here, and then we'll set up the second shading, which won't be much. The second layer of shading won't be much. It's just gonna make some parts darker that needs the extra dark, like right here. It won't be much, but we're gonna need it. Before I forget. And converter number 2 is ready. Now let's see how it looks. Start adding a little extra shading here and there. Spots that need to be a little darker. There we go. Just a little bit here. A little bit here. There we go. That's looking good. Quick shout out to Line Sensei for teaching us how to do this little quick trick on helping with your color. Much appreciated. While we're at it though, I'm just gonna add a little bit of extra shade on just the outside of the face, like right here. Smooth some of this out a little bit. And we are legit almost done. Afterwards, we're going to need to add a little bit of light. A little bit of okay, that should, let's see, a little bit on you. And a little bit on you. Subsurface scattering on this. Oh, actually, yeah, I forgot to add a little. We're gonna add a little bit. Add a little bit of difference on the skin. Ooh. 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 A little bit of. Let some of the blood show in the face. So zoom in just a touch. Just a little bit. We don't need much. Ah, wrong brush. I need an airbrush. There we go. A little bit in the fingers. There we go. Speaking of which, do wish I had a better front laptop so I could create a file society type try using CAWs. Yes. Man. I miss it, man. I miss making CAWs. It's been so long. Hold on there. I forgot to add this on the skin layer. Oop. Yeah, it's a bit much, so we just. There we go. Just a little bit. Shading itself, add one more layer before the lighting, and that's subsurface scattering. Oh, that didn't work. Did that wrong. Hold on. There we go. This part is very subtle. Most likely skip 2K25. Can't say I blame it. I still haven't wanted to touch anything since the early, since what, Wooey 14, 15. Like once they started, they just took too many things out and kind of ruined the fun. Like the only reason I even picked up 2K23 is just because I really wanted to see how things had changed. And while it was somewhat fun, I just couldn't really get into it as much as I'd like to. I mean, I gave it the shot, but yeah, it just wasn't for me. I do like what I've been seeing in the creation suites. Like some of the communities been making some incredible stuff. No doubt. I still give props to the people who are still creating stuff there. I'm just getting real sick and tired of the restrictions. I have a lot of ideas, but they won't become a reality unless I make a reality in my own stuff, which is one of the reasons why I really appreciate never giving up on 3D animation, because there are a lot of things that I wish to make in 3D, some of which are fight scenes, and others are just what if scenarios. Because let's be honest, there are a lot of pro wrestling moves that will not show up in these mainstream games. Right now for finally the highlights. So let's boom, make a mask, boom. Let's start adding some lights. Then afterwards we'll add a background. Zangief's spinning double lariat. I can totally see that happen. In fact, no joke, one thing that I want to do is make an animation showing the difference in a clothesline and a lariat. Red Cyclone is Zangief's nickname, by the way. So I'm not quite sure if you're referring to his double lariat or his spinning pile driver. Both would look incredible in a modern day wrestling game. I mean, Wii All Stars already did something similar, but they would never be able to pull it off just right. So let's add a little bit. We're gonna add a little bit of. Switch the brush out here. Yeah, there we go. We don't want it too bright. Oof, that is bright. Sheesh. Spinning powder, yeah, spinning powder. Dude, that would be the freaking funniest thing. The only time we ever see anything similar to that is when someone's like wrestling like a blow-up doll or a broom. Add a little bit of shine to you and you. Oops. Whoa there. Wrong brush. Since you brought up Street Fighter, if it's one character that I think got a bad break, Street Fighter 4 had Enfrente, who could have been cool were he not like the biggest freaking stereotype. He was a chef who was also a luchador, and all of his moves were named after food. He had the tostada press, the guacamole leg throw. Even his intro, he comes in with a freaking frying pan and says, "It's super dynamic cooking time." It's just like, nah, man, that ain't it. But he had this really cool alternate where he looked like he would have been like the original like Dragon Azteca from Lucha Underground. He had a really cool dragon aesthetic. Barely remember him, and I don't blame you. He did nothing. The only thing I liked about him was that he was also a fan of Rainbow Mika, who I was really annoyed that it took until freaking Street Fighter V for her to return. But then they brought her back not only with an uglier outfit, but she was just an absolute simp for Zangief to the point where she was barely her own character anymore. They basically made me care more for her partner Yamato Nadeshiko than Rainbow Mika herself, which is sad. But if they ever make Nadeshiko an actual playable character, I'm down. Because Capcom has plenty of like interesting wrestling characters. They made a straight up fictional women's league in one of their like Capcom profile like archives. And that's not even taken into consideration the original Capcom wrestling game, Saturday Night Slam Masters. They don't have the balls to bring that back. But if they do, I pay for it. I would totally buy a new Saturday Night Slam Masters. Shoot, I even buy a remaster. They've been bringing back old classics lately. But yeah, Fuerte was only in one game, and it'll probably stay that way. How the hell did Rufus end up in the crossover with Tekken? It's beyond me. Ridiculous. Rufus? What's that? Especially if it involves creative wrestling. Oh, yeah. Dude. Saturday Night's, if they really did make a Saturday Night Slam Masters with a creative wrestler feature, it would sell like nobody's business. Like it would be, I could picture it if they actually expanded on it and actually allowed as much creative liberty, like creative freedom as they did with Street Fighter 6 with all those creative fighters that they did there. They could get more wrestling fans right from that. And I mean, take a page out of maybe something out of like Fire Pro Wrestling's book. I mean, Capcom has like just a gold mine of ideas and concepts that they have. It's theirs, and they never use them. They just focus on the big names, and they don't let anything else they have be a big name. It's like all the stuff that we care about, all the stuff that we talk about, all the stuff they say, we would pay money if you brought it back, and all we get from them is essentially just a cameo here or a reference there. Like freaking, I never bought Street Fighter 6. But I do know one of the characters on their laptop has stickers of like classic stuff, including a character from Darkstalkers. That pissed me off. It's just like, you seriously, you're reducing these characters to freaking stickers in a cutscene now? It's already bad enough that a lot of them just get like costumes based on these characters, including characters that would never wear that outfit. But now you're just gonna be like, all right, yeah. If you're gonna be like that, don't say anything when I refuse to buy your games. But I did pick up the Capcom Fighting Collection because it also included some games that we haven't seen an actual release in, like Cyberbots. Like no one knows anything about Cyberbots because we never got it here. Like those who know about Cyberbots are the people who actually looked it up because certain like guest characters in certain games show up and they're like, who the hell is this and where are they from? it's a weird game, but it's kind of fun. So this is kind of the reason why I'm looking forward to the next Capcom Fighting Collection, because they're bringing back Project Justice. I don't know why they don't bring back the original Rival Schools, but they're bringing back the sequel Project Justice for some reason. They're bringing in Star Gladiator, which is like Capcom's take on Soul Calibur almost, but it's like a cross between Soul Calibur and Star Wars. I think the Japanese name was Plasma Sword, something like that. And that collection's also going to bring back one of my absolute favorite fighting games, which is Capcom vs. SNK 1 and 2. 2 being my favorite one. Great stuff. It's good to see that they're finally making those available and allowing people to play online. But the question now is, with all these guest characters and all these bringing back these collections, maybe it's a hint that maybe Capcom vs. SNK 3 could be a thing. I mean, I doubt it, but that'd be nice. Whew, okay, we got plenty of lighting. I think that'll do for the lighting, for the most part. I am going to add one last bit of light on the eyes, and then we're gonna add a quick background, and then we're gonna do a little bit of post-processing, and we are done skis. What kind of color do I want? Searched on chat by Silver Bee Person. Hey, welcome to Rock Bottom. How you doing? Because just when we're about to finish up this illustration, right now I'm gonna add a quick background, adjust the light, the lines a little bit, and then a little bit of post-processing, and we will be good to go with this little fan art here. Okay, that will work. But afterwards, we're gonna go ahead and add a little. Where are you? Gonna add an extra layer real quick. What's she smoking? This is actually a VTuber that just debuted recently. She's not really smoking anything. She's apparently collecting nightmares. She's supposed to be like a tapir, one of those supernatural kind of things. Apparently she eats nightmares. Yeah. Yeah, apparently she breathes in the nightmares, breathes out good dreams, or something like that. I was half asleep when she debuted, so I don't quite remember everything. I'll check the VOD later. Just the lines a little bit. There we go. The background, we don't need them. We can go ahead and eliminate some of the lines on you guys. We're gonna add a little bit of color on the lashes, and we should be done. So let's go ahead and just boom, boom. wrap it up a little bit of that post processing. Or do we want, or do we want a little bit of that? Get y'all one quick thing before the post processing. I just want to see if we want to add a little something a little glittery in the background, just to see what it looks like. Just a little bit. See how that works. Oof, that is gross. Cut down the density. Yeah, that won't work. How about this? That might work a little bit. Let's see if we can crank it up a little bit, make it a little brighter. Give it a little glow dodge. Yeah, that'll work. It's not much, but it's a little subtle, but it'll work. All right, post-processing time. Let's see if I still know how to do this. This is gonna get a little weird. This is one of those things I learned from Lion Sensei. We're going to take everything we've made here. Merge it into it, make a brand new layer out of it. Boom. Now I have made a whole new layer based on everything we made, make a full view. What do you mean weird? Sorry, I'm a little out of it right now. What did I say that was weird? Was I saying the method I'm talking about? Oh yeah, post processing. Yeah, I'm still learning this little method I'm gonna do, so it's gonna be a little weird to me. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the image that I just made. And I'm going to. Let's see if I can still. There we go. I'm gonna try to make I'm gonna try to make something. Basically, I'm gonna make a filter out of this. But first, I'm gonna take what we did, and I'm just gonna. According to the. Sorry, I'm really sleep deprived. You have to excuse me. The method, the guy Lions called it deep frying. We're gonna take this and just do this to give an extra little boost to the color. Let's see how that works. See, it started out like this, and we are going to basically adjust so we can make it stand out a little more. The colors will stand out a little more like this. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if this. I don't know if I want to keep it that way. So I'm gonna give it another shot. But first things first, I forgot to do this. We're gonna blur it out, so that way the effect isn't as like heavy. Now we're gonna try that again. We're going to accentuate the lights and the darks. We want them to stand out more, like this. So the light stuff stands out, the dark stuff stands out. Yeah. So now, you can see it gives you that nice little glow effect. There we go. The colors stand out a little more, and you get this nice little glow. Set it to overlay. There we go. That's part one. Part two is to add a little extra color adjustment. little darker still. Erase some of that, it's a little much. And then I want to make some of the brights a little brighter. Just a little touch here and there, you don't need much. Need sleep? Because then me sleep. Good stream though. Yeah, we're all gonna need sleep. We're almost done here anyway. So you go ahead and you take care. And I will be making a VOD. I will make a highlight of this VOD, so whatever you missed, you'll be able to watch it later. One more adjustment of color, and then we're going to wrap it up with a little bit of chromatic aberration. I doubt anyone here knows what I'm talking about, but I've been doing a lot of research on different types of post-processing to get that extra oomph for our illustrations. We might not even need this one right here, but we'll see. Just a touch, just a touch. You don't need much. Now we take what we got again, and we are going to make a few copies, and we're gonna adjust it like this is like we're doing a VHS edit. By that I mean we're gonna make 3 different versions of the. We're gonna turn this thing into 3 different colors: red, blue, and yellow. Red, blue, and green. Let's see if I can show you. I'll show you what I mean. I got one that's red, one that's green, and one that's blue. When you put all 3 together, they all look the same. They all give you that one color right there. So we're gonna take all 3 of these and we're gonna put them in a separate. We're gonna put them in a separate position. We're gonna put them in a separate folder. We're gonna take one of those layers. I'm gonna pick the blue one, and I'm gonna just adjust it a little bit, and it's gonna give you this little blur effect. You don't want to adjust it too much. Okay, let me try the red one. A little bit of just that wrong way. Just a tight, just a touch, just a little bit. Zoom in a little more because I'm not getting it. There we go. Boom. Just a touch. Not too much. The reason why I put that in a folder in and of itself is so that we can adjust what gets that blur effect and what doesn't. So I'm gonna mask off the face so you don't see that blur on the face, because that's where the focus is gonna be. And maybe take it off some of these nightmares here. So the rest of it gets that little like VHS like blur effect right here. And with that, I think we're good. I think we're done. I'm gonna take my eyes off this, check the kitchen to make sure I ain't got any dishes to wash, which I probably do, And when I get back to this, I'm either going to upload it online as it is, or I'm going to do a little edit, maybe add some text on there, like "The nurse will see you now," or something like that. But we'll see. But for now, I think we got something kind of nice, especially for a YouTuber that I've only seen one time, and that was yesterday. I don't even know if she streamed again today, but I needed something to break out of this art funk, and this was perfect. And honestly, as I'm looking at it, I'm liking it. I feel kind of confident about what we did today. But anyway, it's been about 4.5 hours, so it's time to wrap it up. I want to say thanks to everybody who stuck around, those who showed up for just a minute. It doesn't matter if you were here for 2 seconds or the whole thing. I appreciate it, especially because I, honest to goodness, have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know. I might stream again tomorrow. We shall see. I have to be up early on Mondays, so I don't know. We shall see. But until next time, thank you for watching. Take it easy. Memento mori, and I will catch you all in the next one.